Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Welcome, Mamoru. Hello there, welcome and thank you for the resub. Let's get that into the VOD because I'll cut out the opening music. Thank you and welcome. We need the bang bang. And the hype and love. Thank you very much, welcome. Alright, more Stationeers. Decide on Stationeers today. I'm somewhat under a time limit. My sleep schedule's backwards, so I have to be somewhere at 9 in the morning. So I'll cut the stream off around 7ish so I can get ready for it. So we only have about a little over 7 hours to do. Try to finally get water. And get this frog out of my throat. About 9 AM there. Oops, excuse me, didn't mute on that one. Alright, load world. Um 260 days have passed. Cooler's on. Did I just eat and drink? Yes, I did. Potatoes about ready for the last harvest. Dropped a bunch in there. Decay completely in 5 hours. Might make some more French fries. All right.
Oxygen low.
Shouldn't be. Let's. This room should be recovering after a small malfunction. 30 CO2 76%, oxygen 23%. Yeah, we couldn't quite breathe in here for a little bit. Just the wrong combination of settings and timings. And it emptied out a little too much oxygen. So I was ready to replace that at some point. Battery. It's fine there. Yep. It's like reset just before I went offline. Oh, let's get the music started. Pops up into the breach. Nice line of mostly green batteries after night. So I have a couple of ideas. We're eventually going to move all the greenhouse environmental controls down to that room. We worked out some of the things we're probably going to need to do for the water extraction. That is on as it should be. I think we finally got the coding worked out here. Yeah, the liquid pollution when it starts compressing, that... I think I have a solution, but we're going to I'm thinking I may do a super large tank of this, and then also of the filtered products to work from for both of these, carbon dioxide and volatiles. I think we just recently slammed all our ingots into one machine to get a count. What do we need? Let's start off with just a little bit of mining to get us into the groove. Speaking of that, I need to open these up. Arrange them like so. So yeah, I stuck everything in there. Gold and silicon were the shortages. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a little bit of mining to get things going and give people a chance to join the stream. We'll tear up the mountain again. This mountain must be hollow by now. Sounds ominous. And now we also have the terrain manipulator. And we can just fill in over the top of all this. Yeah, I think we're gonna just mine this way and then see if we find anything. Stuck into the terrain. Fortunately, it's not like Minecraft, you know? You're digging above you, you never have to worry about something falling on your head. Not really finding too much doing it this way. Sakatera Aces, hello, welcome. Burning Midnight Oil on Vulcan again, yep. Now that really looks like, you know, frozen magma. That's a pretty good effect. I didn't really get any with the silicon or gold I really wanted. Well, there's some gold. Silver and gold. Alright, can I get back up to the surface? Yes. All right. There's my there's my home. All right. Didn't really get what I was coming for. That's not too bad though. Alright, how much of everything did I use up? Not too bad. Alright, let's examine. Yeah, I have an idea. It's like, because we have our atmospheric tank. What if I just made that ridiculously huge? Pumped in. If we put a liquid drain on the pipe, so that it doesn't get too much of the liquid, pollutants. Because the pollutants, when they're under pressure, start liquefying, even at this temperature. Alright, we have our big mess here. Okay, so we're trying to get power. Do I have insulated liquid tank? So I don't need that. We have this one. This is wrong. That will not do anything. Okay, I need to fix that. Yeah. So we need another. Another heat exchanger. That's liquid tank. I need another locker to put everything. Small direct heat exchanger. Okay, so I need this. I need a regular tank here. This did no good. I got some of those, a bunch of those, whole bunch of pipes. Alright, we need one more of these gas tanks. There's so many of them. Alright, we need to pick up. Does this have anything in it? Smidge. So I'll have to drive the steam back into that tank. Alright, so now everything should be in there. Still, yeah, barely anything. 0.5 moles. And that one is 10 moles. So what I need... So I gotta think, oh man, I have too many, No, well when we start connecting
power low
downstairs with upstairs, like that will not be too many. But I do now need the hook. Okay, well, what I need to do is put the heat exchanger down. Liquid to gas. Some liquid there, gas there. Power this? No, I don't think it needs power because it just does what it says on the tin. Doesn't need building at all, right? So we create our cool loop. Of this. And then we extend it. Extend it into this. Then we'll have our liquid into there. Never hooked up the data. This now needs some coolant. Now I need the pressure regulator. Do I have another one? Yes. Alright, so now we can take that down. Let me... Need more pipes now. That... Need to put a cowl on that. Yeah, we definitely need silicon. Let me go ahead and put... Come on. Give me what I want. No, I want... There, that's what I want. It needs to be around the other way. Point the other way. Finally. Jeez. We can take this. Steven Seagal, well, good morning, welcome. Alright, power this up. Yeah, that. We already have the... So we can actually start cooling that down. Like right now. But I need a canister of CO2. Then let me go reset myself. Get these pipes out of my hand. Bang bang, 21 months with Twitch Prime, thank you very much. Throwing this message, nice. Thank you. Bang bang. All the hype and love, thank you very much. I need... let's go reset first. Water. Oxygen. Battery. Hey Cabin Fever, good evening. It's too late. Too late for you. Doing great. Oh no, so sorry to hear that. People I know that have birds, you know, it's like... Yeah, they have amazing personalities. Waste tank. Alright, so we need some more... Yeah, these guys. Can we make more? No, we cannot. Alright, we need to dump everything out of here. But now it'll come out in groups of 100. Let me go up and eat while that's happening. Just sing that. Alright, so now can eat and drink. Cans back. Another can of food. Alright, is the... Yeah, I wonder where the thing is, because we're gonna have to steal some carbon dioxide from here. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think that's worth it. It's like we have Polly's ashes, and it's like nice to have that memento. Yeah, we need to go get that carbon dioxide. It looks like we've gotten more fern seeds. Let them keep growing. Anything else I need to do? Change battery again. Go get the canister. Leave it. They leave it upstairs. Oh, it's here. It is. Yeah, because we may need to fill those up some more. At least let's get a little bit in there. Let's test that out. Oh, that, yeah. Yeah, because parrots, yeah, normally can live quite long, from what I'm aware. Just saying, yeah. Kaboom. Yeah, that was the hardest part about Chloe, is like, she's only 2.5, and just to come downstairs and see she wasn't there anymore. It's like, because you wanted to give them so much more love. Alright, while that's going, see if I can make some more pipes. But the time we did have with her, that was an amazing time. I need to make pipes, so steel. And last of our silicon. Alright, go to work on those. Yeah, a little more manageable with 100 bricks instead of 50 bricks. Yes, you can. In fact, the one I've been watching, that's like at the start of every one of his bases, he just has everything on the floor. The game is surprisingly stable. Well, fortunately stable, with a lot of stuff on the ground. I haven't really heard of anything where it's like when you load in, it falls through the floor and gets lost. Pile of cheese on the floor, yeah. When that pops out, then we'll take those. Right, I think that'll be enough for now. Oh yeah, then we need to try to build a large tank. Yet another tank. Some copper. Cheeses are people too, yeah. Alright, yeah, another one of these. What I'm kind of thinking is like I said, for the atmospheric tank, we know we're doing that. Maybe get a huge one, pump it up to 50 megapascals as just our general not enough steel and silicon, okay. Fair enough. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, because then we have a nice reserve of nighttime, relatively cool air to draw from for both of these processes with one pump, one... Yeah, that's a worrying sign. Kind of and not at the same time. All these processes going. I should... Okay, so now we know this there. Oh, we had some pipes there. It's not like we won't need them. Let me go ahead and... How much is in this one? Actually pretty good. Put 15 into this one. Alright, let's go get that canister. Wrong room. Anything I in here? No. Hey Maznitz. I am doing really good. It's gonna be a relatively short stream, only about 7 hours. My schedule's backwards, but I have to be somewhere at 9 in the morning. Kitties are doing really well. Actually, I should have one of these off of the cold or the hot CO2 as well. Because sometimes they don't necessarily have to have the cool gas. Yeah, I'm starting to get a better sense of the big picture. I've been building all these little individual bits and pieces, stringing them together. Alright, so maintenance cooler. Data's on this side. Alright, now we can get the data from there. Nope, this must be a storm. Saw the particles coming in the wall. Alright, so now we need... we're filtering. Waste out that way. Probably should have moved it over one that way. Make this a little bit simpler. Yeah, let's do it. Well, does it matter? No. Alright, so this is... we take the steam out of there, pump it into here. Are we actually ready to do that? Might be. So we got that there. Oh, the only one thing I need to do is put an outlet there to get rid of the other stuff. Need the fly to do that. So I need a pipe cowl. Unfortunately, I can't install it until it stops. Let me go upstairs. Let me make another canister. Grab some more carbon dioxide. While I'm waiting. Then I guess we'd start writing a script, maintenance script for the Alright, this was tank fill cool. Vol cool fill. So let's put that back on there. So we can clear. Alright, so this is cool water tank. Thermostat. So we have 0 is outside gas sensor. 1 tank temperature, and 2 is air conditioner. Maybe we survived 117 days without dying. Alright, let me see if I can combine all the stuff. So we can alias string thermostat, so T outside. Or to D1. T tank. No, D0. This is D1. That is D0. T aircon D2. So now you can do start. We load R1 T outside. Temperature. Branch greater than it's R0. Doing the wrong thing. R0. R0. So 150 is should know these by heart by now. Is 423 Kelvin. Then we go to aircon off. Aircon on. On off. On set. All this does is Archon off. Yeah, no matter what, if it's greater than that, we go Archon. Now we load in R1 T tank temperature. Branch less than R1 less than 20 degrees 272.93. So we get below our 20 degrees, then we turn off the air conditioner. On off. Branch greater than R1 298, so above 25 degrees. Aircon on. Those in between, now we want to go to jump air con set. I think if we do the sleep 10 here. That way it's universal every time it does the loop. Because that way it'll set. Purpose here is aircon on, move R2 to 1, so on. Do I need that? No, just 1. Jump air con set. Aircon off is move R2 to 0. Then we just go to the aircon set. Yeah, this will just cascade down. And the reason why we do it separately is so that if it's between these two temperatures, we don't change this number on or off. It just jumps the set and keeps it on or off. So that way it stays on going up, stays off going down, or vice versa. So now we do set T aircon. That's the right. Yeah. The on switch to R2. And then we just jump start. Okay, so I think there's finally some decent coding work. I think there's a better way of doing this, but this works for me. So the first thing we check for is outside temperature. If it's above 150, we might automatically go to turn it off. And that goes there, turns it off, jumps to start, checks again. It's above, off. It's finally below, then we check the tank temperature. If it's below, we stay off. If it's above, then we turn it on and bring it down. Wow. I'm starting to actually understand what I'm doing here. Library. Great new. Vulcan. Cool. Water. Water maintenance. Or thermostat. How many letters do I have? Okay, looks like we could keep going for quite a while. Vulcan cool water thermostat. Okay, this is just the keeps cool water tank between 20 and 25. Alright, so that there, we'll eventually do all these. Clean it all up. But that... Confirm. Eat and drink. Dead band. Ah, there we go. Thank you. I think I'd heard that term before, but... Yeah, that was the toughest part for me to figure out before. It's like, how do I keep it from jiggling back and forth in the middle of that range?
Hydration critical.
This is the third time now in the last 2 streams, where I've been in the middle of drinking it when that announcement came. It's nice and full. Battery's good? Nope, battery's not good. Now it is. I think I have an idea. There's nothing in here that I need, right? Make sure I didn't leave something that I'll be looking for later. Nobi Daddy, welcome. Anything in there? No, I think I got everything I need. Just get in the habit of having that ready. Alright, now I need an IC chip. Oh, that's what I should have been gone in the other room for. Let me hook up the cowl on that one. Well, it's relatively cool. Well, if there was something I was waiting for, it's gone now, after that storm. Alright, so that's ready. IC chip and housing. Chip. We do have to load up. Oh, is this one the fixed one, or is the other one the fixed one? Oh, neat. Awesome, very good. Yeah, don't play it this way, gone. Thank you very much. I'll try not to. Alright, yeah, because I was editing in these and this one both. Which one was the last one? Because I had to... Cooling loop. Yeah, it's going into the cooling loop. Man, this one I got so clean up. Yeah, if I need to, I can pull it off the chip. So we can load in. Confirm. Export. The right one? Yes. But now where's the housing? Don't think I had one in the other building. No, we're gonna need a bunch of them, so let's go ahead and make it. We need copper, steel, solder. Alright, got both of those. Yeah. One thing I didn't quite consider, the fact that we're using a heat exchanger. I don't think it'd make a big deal. Is there data in here? There's no data on the heat exchanger? Interesting. Okay. I guess over here is fine. Here would be a little more convenient, but no. Nope, heat exchangers are completely dumb. Alright. Let me name everything. Alright, so... water tank, yeah, that's fine. Cool water tank. Have an outside sensor somewhere. For this half of the room. Right? That's a good question. I see 10. Technically, this should work, but can't remember if we have a gas sensor. We gotta have a gas sensor, because that's how. Well, no, that's not automated. No, I don't think we have one. Do I have gas sensors in here? I want to say yes. Yes. That off. Those active vents, it's like when they're on all the time, it's like that's usually why the batteries are not fully charged. Yeah, I don't think we have a vent for the half of the room, or a gas sensor for the half of the room. We have one for this half of the room, which we moved over here. And we know already we don't want them near radiators. So we'll just stick it right here. Alt is what I want. Sensor, water. Alright, now we have one. That's empty. How much pressure? 10? Eh, should be good enough. So this... Turn this on. That pipe should cool. Heat exchanger there. This will cool down this super hot. Oh, it's already down to 37. Nice. Because that's what the temperature of this was. It's still all gas. Just because the pressure's so low. Nice. So now we should, if I start this up, it will not go on now. Oh no, first I gotta tell it information. So, gas sensor. Combustor fuel gas mixer. Cool water tank. Digital valve. Outside gas sensor water, yes. And this is cool water tank. And okay, let's move it to the right. And this one is the water aircon. Water tank aircon, yeah. Right. So now that turn this on. This should not turn on, correct? Till nightfall. Which is pretty close. Now let's see what happens when you scroll through all those. It's like, let's label everything. And we can kind of get a sense of when it'll turn on via... And it's on. Oh. It's a little very important step. Actually turn it on. So now that pipe should cool down. This one should stay relatively hot. Now it shouldn't be too... Because this is just kind of trying to maintain the temperature of something that should stay in that range. Alright, we'll let that work. Taking too long, just let me watch it. Alright, so that is our final tank, and that is kind of
Power low.
doing its thing. We could connect that tank to this tank. And then up to our greenhouse. We'll see how it works out a little bit first. See if we can get this steam into Alright, I need a chip that's just going to turn on this valve for natural cooling with the radiators on this one. We're just trying to get this down to any kind of reasonable temperature. That's fuel. How many tanks? Yeah, so all we do is just open this valve at night to get it down to nighttime temperatures from the 2000 degrees we start off with. And then we pump just the steam out into this one. And then these guys are going to cool that down and condense it into this tank. And cool this down to 20 degrees. And then once it's at 20, then we pump it into that one. One step down. And it is break time. 16 degrees. So just the lag on the heat exchanger there. I think that's the coldest we've had anything on this base so far. Anyway, let me take my exercise break. Big industrial room here, and I'll be right back. Boop, boop, and boop. Alright, I'm back everybody. Thanks so much for waiting and hanging out. Alright, get myself settled here. So we have that doing its cooling thing. -24°C, nice. Alright, while that's going, I'm pretty sure that's going to go well. And the cool thing is that if it gets stuck on the lowest, it'll go as 10. So We won't freeze the water and cause the pipes to burst or anything. So, next chip is the one that just pops this open at night and tries to bring this down to a reasonable temperature. And we can stick the IC housing over here somewhere. Would be fine. So another chip and another. Alright, let me find out what I have in here. Console. We have a console. Lots of valves. Liquid regulator. Fuel canister, lots of pipes. Furnace. This room is originally going to be to try to collect the gases from a furnace. From the ores. It's turned into a little bit more than that. Insulated liquid tank. Sensors. Alright, so nothing. Alright, so let's go make another chip and housing and write the little program. And that will be another step down. It's like too many little steps. We got water. Yeah, I need to go eat and drink. So we'll make the IC housing an IC. And then we'll go write this next bit of code. Yeah, let me go ahead and make 2 each. Gold and electrum. Definitely need more gold. All right. Make sure there's no extra chips or anything around. The room in here, I have a hard time keeping up with it. That's okay. That's because the waste gas is not properly set up. We will fix that. Alright, next bit of code. Alright, so, this saved. Cool water thermostat on the disk. Overwrite. Clear. Digital valve. On off. Or saying tank temp with night temp. Oh, this one's easy. You have the side gas sensor or 0. It's the outside gas sensor. 1 digital valve. Alias. The gas sensor. Outside gas to D0. Alias V valve to D1. Start. Sleep 10. Load R0 V F0 R0 the outside gas temperature is it on or is it open close for digital valve. on. Finnan, hello. My lord, more wood is needed. Yes, it is. Be nice if you have a big enough greenhouse to grow trees. All right, so yeah, just it's still on. Branch of greater than R0. And we can keep this one pretty close to the vest. So 135. $130? We'll do 130. So that is 403. It's for carbon dioxide, yep. Yeah, exactly. Valve closed. Valve open. Valve close. Valve set. Oh, no spaces. And we need the colon. Do we even need all this? Because we're not measuring the other temperature. We just care about the outside temperature. So we don't need the set. It's not closed, it's open. So all we do there is move R1 to 1 on. Jump to start. Something like the, yeah, kill it, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing that the, yeah, glass is pretty good at blocking UV rays, which, you know, plants need to do the photosynthesis. Or the same with the my indoor solar panels really don't make sense. I mean, they make some power, but it really cuts down the efficiency. Move. R1 0 on. Jump. Start. That should be it. Because all we're doing is checking to see if the temperature outside it's greater than 130 Celsius. Close the valve. If it's less, it'll fall to valve open and then jump back to start, sleep. That's all we need. Confirm. Edit library. Great new. Vulcan. Night temp valve. Speaking of all that. Alright, what do we got in here? %38% oxygen. Pressure's decent. Yeah, gone up a little bit because of the heat. But you're working on that. So let me check the. Oops. We're trying to cool this down. 24. 127. Oh, how much? 4 millipascals. 5 megapascals. Alright, so the numbers we're expecting. Let me top these off since I was coding. Man, I'm dropping everything here. Get dressed. Change our battery.
Power critical.
Wow. Humble fingers today. Alright, we gotta write the chip down below. When this is breathable, then we can do all the coding down here again. Our library. Into the computer. Export. Then we have a housing wire. I think we're good to go. We gotten our volatiles down to a reasonable temperature. No, 79 degrees. 34 megapascals. Something went wrong. Something went very wrong. Let me just Let me disconnect. Yeah, we do not need to pump any more in there. We're only supposed to get up to 20 megapascals. I don't mind that it's that much, but it wasn't designed to get up that high now. we need to rewrite this chip for sure. For now, I will cut it off by physically cutting off this pipe. So we can't fill anymore. That's definitely enough. Once that's cool though, then oh, we got a lot. Oxygen 7 megapascals. Water over here 20 liters. I have 20 liters worth of water in that tank. We just need to get to it. Alright, and this guy has presumed succeeded in driving the temperature down to 11. It's fine. Alright, yeah, I don't think we need to fill up anything anymore. These probably could use more. Yeah, let me fill up these. We'll do these individually for a moment. So I want to crank this up 15,000. Yeah, we'll go ahead and put this in there. That one was empty, that's off, so that's fine. Alright, then we have our digital valve. Night. Air. Valve. Water post. Combustion. Got our outside gas temp, that, and the tank. Actually, we don't even care about the tank on this one. This works no matter what's going on with the tank. Jam it back here. I see housing. Night valve. I see 10. Okay, that one is the outside gas sensor. This is the digital valve. They're in the correct positions, and boom. Add line 14. What'd I do wrong? Sure brought the chip with me. Now I have to reprogram it, bring it back. Alright, line 14. What's on? Does it have to be, is this setting instead? Oh, no, I totally wrote this quite incorrectly. Move R1 1. Set V. Is it set? On R1? Oh, that's why I couldn't get this to work. I left out a step. Confirm. Overwrite. Yes, and now I do have to go get that chip. When you're using the aliases, this doesn't blink. Okay. Hey, now it's green. Just make sure this is not... Oh, that's wrong. That's the wrong chip. The wrong place for it. Alright, this should not be open. It is not. Yeah, it's all still water gas because the pressure is so low. Yeah, 220 pascals, not even 1 kilopascal. Alright, that's one more step in the way. So we can combust, make the fuel. Now we need to cool down what pressure did we get in here? About 10. One more load of that should work. It's nighttime. That should pop open here fairly soon. This is done for a while, that won't do anything. Those are trying to cool this down. That means this should have opened up by now. Yes, alright. So that's working to get the extremely hot 2000 degree stuff at least down to nighttime temperatures. Take the edge off the heat there. Alright, and then we need to filter the oxygen out. Or the water out. Steam, to be more precise. So I need another of these. We're so crowded over here. Because I could have left room or shoved these back. But we're fine. I could manually run this now. Let me get things. Yeah, let me get things set up. Let me go get that heat exchanger. And then we have the valve. So as this cools down, we need the valve that lets any water that turns a liquid get into this tank. Oops. Worry about that later. Let me get the heat exchanger. Okay. Small direct heat, yeah, copper and steel. Large direct heat exchanger, steel and Invar. We can make that at least. Alright, let me eat and drink. How's our potatoes doing? 3 hours? um... Oh. How much am I abusing my carbon dioxide system here? Now it's down to 20. Radiation free zone. Hey, and Benny. This one is. Steal some more of that. Ten kilomoles. All right. Like how with the food, like potatoes, you can let them almost get rotten, then you microwave them, then they'll take some time to rot again, but then if you can them... Alright, we got our heat exchanger now. Think we can get by. With leaving this cable here. Nope, we need. Oh. Liquid and gas. Alright, so we got that. So this is the loop cooling down. That's the waste. Pulling that down directly. So that I didn't want this to have carbon dioxide. So oops, oof there. That is, yeah, that's that gas being cooled down. Let me just figure out the physical connections here. Alright, so the heat exchanger. Then we come over here, but now we have a pump. So here's our pump when this is finally cooled down, then we pump it into there. What we need is this going into there. Stationeers time, yep. All good again, yep. Alright, so that will go into there and connect to that. So these alright, at least I can get most. I can dump all this into this this cooling loop, the waste tank. Want the pressure up anyway. We just connect them. connect them. And then we disconnect these in order. Watching Duke play with the Stationeers. Yeah, it's such a game that definitely, like, when it grabs you hard. Alright, so that's the waste. And we didn't let any of that into the atmosphere. So now I need to recreate this, but hook it in all this nonsense. So what we need is a valve. So this condensation valve. So any of the steam that does turn to liquid ends up in the liquid pipes, but still gets cooled by the heat exchanger. Alright, now we rebuild this. Now we need to connect Alright. Yeah, so as we get the temperature down, most of it will turn into water, go through the valve into the liquid system. Liquid system continues to get cooled by this. However, there's a flaw with that too. Because once the pressure gets super low here, we're not cooling the liquid very well.
Power low.
Can I get out of here? Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of gearing up, you know, just kind of getting back in the flow. A bunch of people will join again once the terrain update comes in. So I need another heat exchanger. Yeah. Because normally I'd just be cooling this directly, but the fact that the liquid spills out of the system means that eventually the pressure in here will get so low, the cooling effect will be almost nothing. So this... So this part is fine. We do want to hook into the heat exchanger. But then we need to hook into a second heat exchanger between this and that. Alright. So let me go get another heat exchanger. We're still good for a few more minutes of time before the food and stuff runs out. Still let me have this ready. Are we out of gold? Might need to do a night of mining. Yeah, our portal thing is not keeping up at the moment. Need to fill that again. Or... take it apart. Any gas in there? Hey, where'd that pollutant come from? Where did that pollutant come from? Okay, that network. Oh, nitrogen. That's right. We tried to use nitrogen as our cooling stuff there. Too good at jumping. There we go. Yeah, nitrogen. Then somehow we put a cap on the end of this and got atmosphere in that part of the network. But this one I can just bust. No, and I run my jetpack off of carbon dioxide. So shouldn't be a problem either way. And I haven't been spray painting. Alright, now there should be a little bit of nitrogen in here. How are we?
Oxygen critical.
Still not enough oxygen. Anyway, another heat exchanger. Oh, it's only copper and steel. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, if it's part of the network, it's shoved in. I always thought the last pipe Yeah, we just let it out. It might have gone into the frame. I would not doubt that. Okay. Made one too many, that's okay. Pretty cheap. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it went into one of the frame cubes instead of out here. Especially since it was like 3/4 of the way. Nah, it's kind of sticking out. Yeah, electric welder, carbon dioxide in my jetpack. Alright, now we need to heat exchange this. Gas to gas. Sorry, I need to make sure of this. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so I don't need this. It's gonna be the lower one. Man, I had no idea all this was this convoluted when I started. Then you can go into the top one. I think for the big ones, I think it's so you can have counter-flowing gases or liquids or whatever. So you can actually flow something through it to cool it down or heat it up or whatever. These just simply, you know, will naturally balance between the two at some kind of rate. I'm not sure what the math would be. Alright, I need to charge up this loop. At least a little bit. So I need to... Yeah, that one just has 2 ports. Balances the two, but yeah, I think the large ones, it's just so you can flow. It's like the medium radiator has an in and an out, so you can flow stuff through it. If you want to, but you don't have to. It's just an option for you. Alright, charge this one up. We will hook up... Detach this one. Dang it! I did it again. Fortunately, this one isn't quite as catastrophic. And we did do it. No, it's daytime. That's how I blew up my base last time. And that's why we start here with a vacuum. Only 2 kilopascals. Might heat up some of these canisters. Nah, we're still in range. Yeah, exactly. Let's try that again. We disconnected the pipe. Connect that pipe. Oh yeah, it's like, yeah, it's really, yeah, crowbar. I think I haven't done the boo-boo yet, but I've seen the potential for it happening quite a few times. Alright, let me charge that one up. And then we're at least ready for a physical attempt at all this. I got fresh water. Yeah, exactly. Going upstairs. Might as well eat and drink while we're here. Almost directly overhead. Power Dimex with a Prime sub. Thank you very much. Bang bang. Some space ketchup to watch down the motor with. Yep. And the hype. Thank you very much. Oop, Nightbot. You lose your worked earlier. But thank you very much. And some manual. Yeah, exactly. Because Nightbot has a permanent subscription to the channel, so we can do the emotes like that. Yeah, yeah, especially after an APC. That's probably a good idea. If you're just running off a transformer, then you're fine. But if you have an APC like I do in a couple rooms, putting the fuse in as well. Let's see, I got that. Got CO2. Helmet's on. Bonk. Hot, hot, hot. No, I came with CO2 to charge up the... Help, I'm stuck. Yeah. Yeah, especially when you're mining and you bump your head against something. Okay, so I can stand on that and have head clearance. Yeah, so that's separate now. That's good. So I can go ahead and run the... How low did we get our tank here? 374. We'll give that another night. The valve there is just to, like I said, take the edge off the temperature. Of 2000 when it comes in initially. Yeah, it'll take a while. Yeah, because it's just we're just leveraging the natural radiation radiators outside. We're not actively cooling this. Like I said, anything that can take off the edge, even the daytime temperature is better than the 2000 whatever that starts off at. Okay, so we know this system works. I think we are all at least partially charged on all the cooling loops. 5 megapascals there. 5, 10. And 5. And 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 10, 5, 10, 5. And I can keep adding. I want to get these up to 10 to 15. Yes. Well, I think you effectively use... I really need to look up somebody's video on it. You effectively use the heat exchangers and those... and if you do it at just the right ranges, you can use the latent heat of boiling and condensation to drastically up the efficiency of it. But the pipe-to-pipe coolers, yeah, essentially the heat exchangers. Yeah, actual refrigeration cycle. But that... It's like when they made phase changing a thing, it's like people took a while to figure that out. um, 0. So we have the complete system. We do. I can mix fuel in here. We can combust it here. So I could run this whole thing manually now. So let me do that for this next step. Let me give this one more night to cool down. Even if it's only a few degrees. Let me go mining. Just 8. Brush the battery. Need silicon for a lot of more insulated pipes. Oh, ruined the pipe. Yeah, the air conditioner units, yeah, do that. But they only use gas. Someone is saying, use water as your cooling medium. I'm not quite sure how to do that. But there's ways of doing it. It's like you have condensation valves, and it's like I saw it and I was like, holy cow, that's a lot of stuff. Alright, I want now let me do a deep dive down here. We'll dig underneath our base. Yeah. For cooling just a basic room that is not subject to a whole lot of extremes, I think a wall cooler is just fine. If it's a bigger space, you may need two. It's a simple program. Seems to work pretty well. That's the level I want to do it then. Take that, lava. I did close that. Passive vent in one frame room. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that makes sense. So you're doing the multi-stage, just just with the wall cooler. Alright, I'm not getting a lot of materials here. We did get some silicon. Where did we come from? And gold. I need more gold. I was hoping to find a little bit more down here. Would be neat to kind of hollow out everything underneath the base. Down to the lava level. Have it just floating on some columns. As long as I didn't fall in. Not seeing a lot of resources around here. Alright, let me go ahead and just do this with the, man. Oh, I fell in. Oops. Should probably start working on another round of steel. I think iron's fine. Copper, gold, silver. Here's basic material for wiring, yep. That's where it's mostly gonna go. Alright, let me run a manual cycle on the water. While I think about the coding for it. Let's see if it works the way I think it's gonna work. So we make some fuel, stick it in here. We combusted 1 megapascal of fuel, and we got what's in here now. And that's about 20 liters worth of water. So now we filter that steam. Oh, what is the temperature? 336. Looks like it's going down about 30 or 40 degrees per night. Large tank is a bomb, yeah. Yeah, we do have everything pre-cooled off, so. Alright, so now we can run this. So this 3 megapascals, 32% of it is water. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be in pretty good shape for fuel. We might even be able to start selling some fuel to the traders. So we're going to do this in stages. We're going to completely empty out this tank. Then we're going to completely cool it down to 20 degrees. Then once it's cooled down, then we're going to pump it into this tank. And then this is going to maintain the temperature between 20 and 25. Looks like we have a little bit of leakage through the condensation valve. .200 kilopascals out of 3, about 10% done. Alright, so that's going to take a while. Let me go think about the coding there while that's happening. Water's refreshed. Oxygen refreshed. We already did the waste tank. Boy, well, I'll be glad when everything's in the same room. Oh, let me get the silicon if it's ready. Steel. Yeah, the gold is what I need. Do I just run it? No, I can't run it there. I made that mistake before. Can run it here. Oop. Nothing in there. Middling amounts there. Probably due for a copper. Nothing. Alright. Let's go contemplate the coding. Potatoes still good. They got 2 hours to go. May make some potatoes. Or some french fries. Canned french fries, yum. Okay, so this was the... Yeah, that's just the outside valve. Alright, that's in there. Yep. Alright, clear. Steam to water. Filter and cooling. Some people have compared it to MIPS. Close to also some assembly elements. It's not too bad once you learn. I know about half dozen basic, you know, load this, branch on this, you know, so basically if-thens. It's not too bad. So this, so we have the filter section. So these are going to be discrete steps. Hey Neptune Reborn. Is there a manual on-off switch? Switch. Lever. Logic switch. Because I almost wouldn't mind coming in and physically just hitting the switch and then having everything else be automated. Star Sector, no, I haven't. Looking that up because it sounds really familiar. Huh. Yeah, it looks familiar, but no, I never played that. Maybe something to look into at some point. Okay, logic switch. So just on or off. Open lock setting. Switch button. Important button. Lever and dial. Thousand modes. So if you wanted, if you wanted your room a little cooler, you could set set the thermostat. Lever. So just a fancy switch. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. It might be a nice nice retro game to take a look at. I think just the way it looks. It seems like they have the same logic settings. Important button. Seems to have a much more robust kind of want a switch to start the whole process. It's like flip the switch and it starts loading the fuel into the thing. Once that's done, it combusts the fuel into the hot tank. Once that's done, it then filters the steam out of that. Once that's done, then the coolers turn on. Once the water is 20 degrees in the tank, the cool down tank, then it's pumped into the maintenance tank. So how many steps have we got? We got making fuel, combusting, filtering, cooling, pumping. So we have 5 functions. We would like them to go from one to the other, but I don't think now we have enough connections. So now we have to do the whole thing of reading from other housings. No, we were not keeping up. Oops. Alright, we're about 50-50. 80 kilopascals. Okay, the cold tank is good. Pressure's a little low. Yeah, it's the long days now, the short nights. There's not enough time for the wall cooler to work. Might just have to install a second one. Oh, we could give it an extra radiator. Seems to help. So if I split this up, actually I could use these switches as the kind of, so the first switch I turn on, that signals the thing to pump into the thing. When it's done, it turns on the second switch. Yeah, I could use these switches as kind of lockouts for the different stages. That's an interesting concept. So turn the first switch, we fill the fuel. When the fuel gets to a certain pressure, it flips off that switch, turns on the next switch. Very interesting concept. So that way I can break all these down. Very simple programming. Let me set that up. Let's make some switches. Wire them in. Label them. I'm intrigued. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it in software as well. But there's definitely situations where it's like, I want to be able to initiate it, make sure we have everything in place, and then initiate it. So first switch turns on the fuel, second switch turns on the... And the second switch can kind of wait for that cooling vent, cooling valve to kind of get it down to a particular temperature. So we fuel, combust, filter, cool down, and up in the final. So 5 switches. That kind of that would kind of give me the idea. I'd have all the pieces of code that I could then weave together. Okay, so I think I'm convincing myself. All right, let's. Did I pick up the can? I did not. Man, I've dropped like a dozen things today. Let me make some food. Make 4 now, and then if I feel like it, will use the last 4 potatoes. Oh yeah, because of pollution in the air here. Decay is a lot faster. Oop. Canned french fries, yum. I have enough empty cans. Matt Damon and Martian now? Yeah, exactly. What reach? Yeah, Vulcan, that's a good question. It's like, until you've achieved perfect logic. Used half of our oil. And we have like 16 more potatoes we could harvest if we wanted to. It's like once you get a greenhouse, food is not an issue. And we used up all our cans. Hey Jerry. Yeah, food to last a while. Alright. So 5 switches. One gold, one copper. Space Springs. Springs is in water springs? Let's find out. 85 degrees. that battery. Batteries are weird in their priorities. Oh, oh, did the time run out? Probably. Let's just see if we can sell something to him. Asteroid artisans. Hardsuit package, gas. Ingots. Now we want our ingots. That would have been 160. $800 moles. You can go away. Let's try to conserve some power. And there's the whole thing with Stirling engines on Vulcan are very nice. That's a whole new thing to learn. We're trying to learn water. These just need to be on the circuit somewhere. One, two, three can fit per wall. Looks like they do need... Do they need both? Well, yeah, this is a way to provide power. We're just looking for the, what is it set on? Do have a little more room over here. That's gonna be difficult because that's the line feeding everything else. Alright, we'll come up here and then feed all these. Close. So open should be top, the other way around. It starts closed. Yeah. probably better ways of doing this, but I like the idea of it. Let's try it. Just ran out. Just ran out. Pretty sure I just need to connect. Yeah, I just need a curve going into that line of the items there. Yep, that's all I need. Good thing I made a whole bunch of cables earlier. Let's see how our filtering is doing. Alright, now they're all set. Oh, a little bit of shadow. Alright, so we'll do... So that will be fuel switch. Next step is filter switch. Next step is cooler switch. Next step is it cooler switch? Fuel. No, combust. We missed combust. So this is cooler switch. This is pump switch. This is filter switch. This is combust switch. That's fuel switch. Alright, so now we can write 5 different programs. we'll stick... I guess we'll stick all the IC chips, because that way we can run this cable. Put them all on the wall. How we doing? How do I get there? We have emptied out the tank. Is that empty? Yeah, that's empty as well. So now we have just steam in here. 316 degrees. Now these can run. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. Only use 3% of a medium filter. Need to hook this up. I'm gonna go ahead and be inefficient and turn these on even during the day. So we're starting with 313 degrees. Efficiency is going to be horrible, but let's see what happens. Now let me contemplate the writing of the writing of the code. And just for reference, we have 10.8 moles in here to start with. Waste tank. This waste tank is fine. Alright, now we can get back at this. Like I said, it's breaking it down into very, very digestible bits. Alright, so now... yeah, this is no longer... so this is... fill... fuel tank. And then the things we have are fuel tank water, oxygen sensor, vol sensor, pipe sensor, pipe pipe analysis. O2 pipe sensor. Vol pipe sensor. Gas mixer. So fuel tank. Make that 0. Make that 1. That 2. Gas mixer 3. Oh yeah, then the switches. So we need to read then we have fuel switch is 4. And then when we're done, we switch on the combustor switch. Yeah, I think this separates them up out nicely, considering we have so many different devices we have to deal with. Alright, so that gives us our basis. The logic is check O2 and volume to be minimum. So it won't go on until those are... We're sure we're not zapping yeah, that we're not zapping other needs. O2 is the important one. The volatiles were probably okay, probably good.
Temperature high.
No. Think we need to fix this. Much more of the day that we have? Quite a bit. So it's the long days and the short... There's not enough time during the night for that to kick in. Could pump out some of this. It's cooler. I think we want to do that anyway. Because I need to get this recycled up to 5 megapascals for the next... That is off, right? Yes. Alright, how much should we pump in here? About 10 kilopascals. Got the temperature down. Does make it harder to keep it cool. This... Oh, you know what I can do? If I put a pipe radiator on the cool CO2, this will also be working to cool the room. Let's do that. I think that's a An elegant little solution to our problem here. Okay, my suit is on. This isn't really working that well, so I can steal one of those. Happens if you die, you do respawn in a basic suit. So you do have to have a way of resupplying yourself with some of the basics. Oh, Sally wants in, she's banging the door. So I need a radiator. Pipe radiator. Gold. Who has the gold? I bet you have the gold. No, we got some gold. Alright, let me let Sally in. Yeah, you really... Well, yeah, it's not a get out of jail free card at all. It does reset your food and water, so it gives you more time if you haven't quite gotten your food or water or oxygen setup done yet. Well, oxygen, if you don't have oxygen, you're in trouble. If you don't have food and water, then you have more time to get them set up. Yes, you can. And Zakwalak, welcome. Alright, so yeah, that's down to 45. So if I put... I just put this on here, it'll equalize room temperature and that tank temperature. Now whether that's a good idea in the long run, who knows? I think it'll at least solve our temporary problem, because it's still 38 in there. Lurking since 2015, nice. Very nice. Long time lurker. First time caller. Welcome. Alright, it's struggling to go down. It is going down. So, but now we have both machines trying to cool the room. Alright, now I can get back to coding. And I can take off my helmet. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Just a simple radiator. That means that and use these to cool a room. All right. Check O2 and volatiles to be minimum. Let's call the minimum. I think we're at 7 on the oxygen. I have a little bit more ice to melt. I need to hook up the oxygen we're grabbing from here down below. The whole thing needs to be redone. Let's call it 5 megapascal for now. So that's an and feature. So that's the first condition. We're gonna stick with 1 megapascal tank. That ended up being 20 liters of water, which this process may take a while, but it's a pretty decent amount. We have currently, I think, 30 liters total. When done, pass to switch combustor. Alright, what did we achieve? 40 degrees? And this will continue to even out. So we'll drop to 39. Yeah, short night. Sun comes up there, but it sets like just right there, so it just dips below and comes back up again, goes way in the sky. Alright, alright, so that's our plain language explanation. Just black hole. Call it the sun. So let's alias. F tank D0. Alias F02 E1 alias F vol D2 mixer D3 F switch D4 alias, then we're going to combustor, so C switch D5 start. So first thing we worry about, all we care about is the fuel switch. So load R4 which one do I want for this? So to figure that out. I think it's open. F switch open. So what numbers do we get from that? Open is, yeah, open. Okay, so presume one is open. Oh, there we go. One of the devices is open, otherwise zero. There's our answer. Alright, load that. It's open. Okay, so now I need to, so branch. Isn't set. Branch equal, okay. Alright, BEQ R4. So I want to, no, we're gonna do our wait here. We'll do an extra long wait. Sleep 15. If it's open, then we, yeah. Then we go down to our filler logic. Fill tank. Otherwise, jump start. So we have, yeah, so if the switch is off, yeah, we just escape, jump up, check again, 15 seconds. Alright, so now we are in the fill tank part. No spaces allowed. Nope, storm outside. Okay, so now we are at the check. Now I only want to do a single check on the, yeah, I only want to do a single check. So what we'll do instead of 0, if it's 0, we just go to start. Oops. So our next check. Yeah, because we don't even care until it turns into a 1. When it turns into a 1, our next check is load. Oh, okay, this should be pretty easy. Load R1 FO2 pressure then okay, here we go. I think I got it. O2 check. Because I want to bail. So we load in the pressure. If branch greater than, so if it's greater than 5 megapascals, so 5000, no, R1 is greater than 500, then we go to vol check. If it's not, then we set move R4 to 0. Set F switch to R4. No, logic tab. Open to R4. So we close the switch. And then we jump to start. So if I flip on the switch and the O2 level is too low, it will simply check the thing and say, nope, there's not enough oxygen, and turn off the switch. And then we jump to start. Jump, start. If there was more than 5,000, then we go to the volume check, or the volatiles check, and that does the same thing. Vol check. Load R2. R2 F vol pressure getting thirsty. Branch greater than R2 5,000. Fill tank. Move R4 0. Set F switch. Open R4. Jump to start. So first checks the oxygen, then it checks the volatiles. Either one fails, we jump to start. after turning off the switch, and then check for the switch to be turned on again. How we doing? Okay, 41 degrees. They're both on, so it must be cool, pretty cool at night. Sometimes outside it can get pretty cold. We can get actually under 100 degrees. 120. So we're below the normal nighttime temperature. Oh, now we're going up again. Those will switch off soon, I think. Maybe not. Nope. Yeah, black hole set just doesn't sound right. Or hole set, black set. Oh, they're both still on. Yep. So they'll still have some time to bring these temperatures down. Room. CO2 tank, 36. That one's 127. Alright, so that... Yeah, I'm glad I split these up. So now we get to the fill tank bit. So we let's start with the sleep. Now that we're actively checking for, because this is its own loop. If we don't want to checking every tick. Sleep for 10 seconds. Now we need to check the tank for pressure. This tank is 0. So load R0 F tank pressure. Yeah, so it's gonna stay on, keep checking, and then when it goes off, so branch greater than R0 1000 to fill off. Fill off. Alright, so if it's over 1000, go fill off. Fill off now. Turns off the mixer, which is 3. Move R3 0. Set F mixer on to R3. Now the other two things we have to do is we turn off, we also turn off the switch, move our switch, D4, go R4 to 0, set F switch open to R4. I guess I can just do it. Can I do it directly? No, it says R. Yeah, I can set it directly. Because I'm not worried about... We're not doing it up and down, so I'm not worried about that. So I can simplify this. We can just simply set these to 0. And get rid of these lines. So we turn off the mixer, we turn off our switch, we turn on the combustor switch. On to 1. And then it takes over with its own logic. So we've turned off the mixer, turned off our switch, turned on the other switch. Now we jump to start. So if it's less than 1,000, then set F mixer on to 1. Jump to fill tank. And I think that is it. Hey, we got down to 35. See how high we get during the day, though. $34. There's a little bit of a lag between the two. Alright, so... I think my coding is actually getting... It's relatively straightforward. The library. Vulcan... Water... Fuel switch. Fill fuel tank for water combustor. It'd be nice if they had like a folder system for this. Sure, some people's lists are like huge. I'm sure that's a mod too. That's why I started putting Vulcan, so that way at least they're sorted by... I could probably adapt it to another planet, but at least it's sorted by which planet Because there's so much on here that's predicated on we can only do this at night. But this doesn't matter. Okay, so that one will work. Confirm. Let me set up all the IC chips and stuff. We're still good on food and water. Let me just check. 3 liters, 9 liters, 12 liters total in here. We've been growing all these plants for all this time. We've used up 2 liters. I think we started at 14, so. If we can do this 20 liters, then we can start expanding this. Only if I can cool it. Alright, I need... Yeah, we need 5 IC. Let's see if I can make it. I'm probably out of gold. 5 housings. I have 1 with me. And 1 extra chip. So I need 4 housings, 4 chips. Copper, steel. No, we got what we need.
Power low.
What I should do is because you guys can rarely see my suit, if I move this down here, turn it on and off. Yeah, now you'll see what's in my suit. There's 1 in there. We have a second. It's 2, 3, 2 more. Get these wired up. Yeah, almost directly overhead. Waste tank. I keep looking over here now, but no, it's not behind me anymore. 3 and 4. Alright, let's go wire those in. Then we'll want to check what the oxygen and like some guessing kind of 4 or 5 megapascals for the stuff I'm talking about. But make sure everything's leveled in, or plugged in. So plug in our IC chips along here. Yes, so the read will end up. Oh, darn it. Okay, I can get... I can't... I can get to the buttons. So at least I can set... I can set them. And it's like, whoops. We could set a wall on the other side. Yeah, let's do that. Otherwise, this is just gonna be a big old pain. Can I even get to these? Not the... Oh, there they are. So I don't need these. I can wrench out the... That makes me nervous. Okay, so I can get to those, but yeah, we need to put walls on this side. And then I can work on them from the other side. Oh, the frame's there. Okay, then I just have to fill in the frame. Alright. I guess technically I could remove the frame and then put the walls up. But filling in the frame works just as well. So these two. And we've already shown that, you know, getting a leak in this room isn't quite so horrible. Oh yeah, with the cooling, how far have we gotten? It just unoptimized and just turned on. So we originally had 10. We still have 10 moles in there. 316, so we haven't really... Oh. Because I'm, once again, an idiot. Alright, now they can work. Alright, like I said, it makes me nervous, but this is what we need to do. Alright, first wiring. Alright, nice. Now we label the heck out of everything. So this is going to be IC housing, fuel. Fill. Water fuel. Confirm. IC housing, water combust. IC housing, water filter. IC housing, water cool. And finally, water pump. Alright. Hooked up. Now I can add the one chip. And how much are we starting with here? Nighttime? Probably need to get some of this ice. Getting processed. Is that the last of our ice? Nope. Now it is. Alright, let's blow out our circuits again. What have we gotten the temperature down to on this? 55? Yeah, considering how much pressure is in there. First I thought those were little streaks come off there were like shooting stars. Ooh, cool. Yeah, now you can see and warn me if... And actually kind of leave it up there. Kind of fits with all the stuff that's in that corner as far as information. Alright, have we cooled anything now? We're down to 160. Still 10.8 moles. 273. I think we were at 313. 128 in the cooling pipe. Heat exchanger. Whether that's big enough. The first waste is 173. Second waste 213. Third waste 248. Yeah, it's not efficient, but we're just gonna leave it on. Well, assuming our power doesn't drain. Why is that one not filling? Been dead for a while now. Not even a blip. It's on. Okay, okay, there it goes. It's not broken, we're just... it's just draining from that one first. Chip. Well, that's right. Oh, there's one thing I was gonna check. That was the... megapascals of oxygen. So the reader would detect 8 megapascals. And we take approximately a third of a megapascal to fill the yeah, so I can
Hydration critical.
so I can actually run a test with that. So I got oxygen. Just need to go eat and drink. So I can run a test with this chip. No, I want them all in place. So they'll cascade. A lot of coding coming up. Just take a stretch break. Oh, gotta go upstairs. One day I'll be able to breathe in there. Assuming the temperature hasn't gone through the roof here. No, we're down to 35. Excellent. Alright, let me take a stretch break. Very dramatic view. I'll be right back. Boop, boop, and boop. Alright, I'm back everybody. Thanks so much for waiting, hanging out, and thank you for the raid, Edrin. Raiding into a break. Do that on purpose. But welcome and thank you. SnowRunner, okay. I need to... It's another game I need to play. I did some... Well, early in my YouTube career I did half dozen episodes of the original spin tires. There I am. Alright, back to the game. We just ate and drank. Temperature in here is not too bad right at the moment. See how high it gets. We save the program. I need to get the chip, install it. Then we'll write the next program, then the next, then the next. My battery needs charging. Yes. Read the blinds. So now I'm doing really well. Like so much streaming the last couple weeks. We are still trying to get water. I have the plan broken down. Everything is set up, I just need to program it. I need to get this chip and alright, so we have library, water fuel switch. So when I get down to the room, I'll explain. This fills up the fuel tank that we combust to get the hot steam for our water. Export. Let me go ahead and dump this. What's the temperature in here? Still below 50. Wrong tank. Have to get used to it being over here. Alright, so we have a set of switches, and what these are, they're toggles for each step along the way. I push the first switch, triggers the whole series. That will take this gas mixer, check a couple of stats, and then fill this tank up to 1 megapascal. When it's done filling it, it will turn its own switch off and turn on the next switch, which will turn on the combustor to take all this fuel and turn it into all the hot gases plus some steam. Then when that's completed, this will switch off and switch on the next switch, which checks some conditions and then filters out the steam into this tank, dumps everything else overboard. When that is filled up, and this is empty, it'll turn itself off and move the switch down the next one. We'll switch it to the cooling loop. We'll cool things down, condense the water into this tank. Admiral Akmir, good morning. which we're doing manually right now, without regard to outside temperature, just to see what we can do. Once it's all in this tank and cooled down to 20 degrees, then the last switch will trigger, and a pump here will pump the cooled down water into our long-term storage tank. Then we have another cooler over here that will keep it between 20 and 25. Just in case there's some environmental heating or some other issue. And then we can use that water throughout our base. So this chip goes in here. Actually, let me drop it on the ground and label it. IC10 for fuel switch. And then, oh yeah, now I need to remember all the all the numbers. 0 was dang, I need to go look that up. Oh, 0 is the switch. Like, now I'm remembering it all. No, tank is 0. Tank 0, O2 is 1, vol is 2, mix is 3, F switch is 4, C switch is 5. Chat, perfect notes. As long as you guys don't get really busy all of a sudden and scroll it off the screen. Nonsense. Hey, Phelan. Alright, so 0 was tank. Oh, I gotta make sure I name all these. Water combustor fuel tank. Confirm. O2. Analyzer. Volatiles. Pipes analyzer. Switch is already named. What's the one we're missing? Tank, O2, volume, mixer, the mixer itself, combustor fuel mixer, and the switches are named. Okay, so we're all named. Um, Main fuel, gas mixer. Looking for fuel tank. Water combustor fuel tank. Is that what I want? Yes. Okay, finally. So that was just 1. Or 0. Oxygen sensor is 1. Spaghetti monster and satisfactory. Yeah, oxygen. Oxygen pipe analyzer. Okay, there we go. That is in the right one. Yes. Now this is vol. Volatiles pump pipe analyzer. Mixers 3. Combustor fuel gas mixer. 4 was the fuel switch. Fuel switch. And this is the combustor switch, which I... right there. Alright. Make sure I got these right. Water combustor fuel tank. Oxygen pipe. Volatiles pipe. Combust... no. Combust fuel gas mixer. Fuel switch. Combustor switch. Alright. Those are... those are good. Temperature-wise, where are we getting to? We're down to 219 from 300 and something. Hey, there's liquid water appearing. Which means it's spilling out in here. I think we were originally at like 10 moles in here. We're in 31 there, 217 there, so those are... yeah, so even though it's inefficient and working during the day, it's happening. That's by far going to be the longest process of the bunch. Alright, next programming. We already got a new water bottle. New battery. Space Savvy Solutions. Space gas station. Wonder what they sell. Cool thing is if he'll buy some volatiles, get some good cash. Although we don't have it down to the temperature. He sells it more expensive. And we're about to make our own. He will take oxygen. He will take... Wow, we could sell him water. Cake, cardboard box with chocolate bars, volatiles. Once 150, but we'd have to get it down to 20 degrees. What's pumpkin pie? $200 for a pumpkin pie. May keep him around. That's the upstairs. Power so far is keeping up. We need to go upstairs. Do some coding. Temperature nears 32. Okay, so it's getting better. All right. I think we'll leave this in here as kind of reference. We'll write a new. We'll shove this down and delete it after I do everything. So this is. Fill fuel combustor. H2 combustor run. Alright, conditions. So we're gonna do we're going to look ahead to the next tank. I do not need to look at the this is only going on assuming we already have 1 kilomole in the thing. We want to check so the 0 is the mixed tank. One. Is there anything we need to check? No, we basically just turn on. I think we could have a safety check on the pressure. Just to make sure we don't go boom. 0's mistake, 1 is the combustor. 2 combustor switch, and 3 is the filter switch. I don't think there's anything we need beyond these. Check. Mixed tank is empty. During combust, check mixed tank is less than 30 megapascals. It shouldn't get anywhere near that, but it's good to have it to get in the safety checks. Run combustor, and then pass to switch filter. Alright, now we'll write from scratch, but I want all these for reference. So, mixed tank. So we alias. C tank, combustion tank to D0. Alias C combustor D1, alias C switch D2, alias F switch D3. Alright, so now we're at the start. Sleep 15. We're just waiting for that switch to turn on. Load. R2. C switch. Open. branch if equal to R2 0. So if it's closed, we just go back to start. Nothing to do. The switch is not open. Check again. Alright, so now tank check. You thirsty already? I guess I didn't eat when I got here. $37, so heating up again. Alright, so tank check. So load R0. C tank pressure. Branch greater than 0. So if there's any pressure in there, we want to delay this until till the next step is done. If I have no that combust. Yeah, this way I could hit the after the fuel mix turns off, I could hit the switch again. But the combustor won't start until, yeah, the process won't start until the next one is in line, ready to go. No, branch R0, 0. So if there's any pressure, go back to start. Otherwise, now we do so that's just a get going check. Now we drop to so at 0 we can start the combustion. There's no other checks to do. Combust. So we'll sleep 10 here. I can get rid of all these. Don't need these for notes anymore. Notice right now it's not complaining that there's multiple things saying the same thing. So now we're past the checks. Oh yeah, now all these are complaining because I took away their aliases. So now, sleep 10. Load in pressure. So this is the safety check. Load R0 C tank pressure. I do need the fuel. The fuel tank. Because I need to tell when it's empty, and then we turn off. So let me add that in. Mix tank, filter switch. I'd rather be a little more consistent here. So fuel tank. To combustor. 3 combustor switch, 4 filter switch. Alias F tank D1 D2 D3 D4. Haven't referenced anything. No. So the switch is now 3. C tank is still 0. So we check. Yeah, it won't start until pressure 0. Yep. And then we go combust, sleep 10. Check if we're overpressuring. Because I can manually go. So say it overpressurizes. So this program will get stuck. I would have to come in and manually press the next switch to get it to empty out that tank, so that the pressure drops below yeah, so if we get an error there, yeah, I need to go to the next one, turn it on, and then when it empties, then this can resume the burn. So combust, sleep 10, check combust tank pressure, or load it in, branch greater than R0 30,000. It shouldn't even get anywhere near this. Pause, combust. Otherwise, the other check we do, load R1, the other tank. F tank. Pressure. Branch equal R1 to 0 to end combust. So those are the two escape conditions. So if neither of those are met, then we're fine. So we go to switch scared me. Set C combustor on 1. Now is that the right? Hey, we're down to 30 degrees. It's actually working out. Alright, so H2 combustor. Huh, I wonder why that didn't come up. Power. Is there an on-off? Correctly powered or not? Powered, okay, so this is if it's the wires plugged in. Open. Mode. Temperature setting lock. So we can lock it so I can't walk up and press the on button. So open is the one we want to reference. Combust. So we check that, open. Then jump to combust. So then we check the two escape features. Okay, so pause combust. So this can just keep checking. Pause combust, if we come up here. So the switch won't be on unless you filled it in. So the switch would stay on. And then we have end combust. That's where we jump out. So this one is pretty simple. That tank pressure is each reach 0. Then we end combustion. I'm wondering if 0 is a good... I wonder if I want to do the opposite. It's like, if it's greater than 0, don't do this. But we'll do this for now. See if it works. I could see some traps of if it's like 0.0001 in there, but it doesn't read at exactly 0. Then it never stops. I could see that being a trap. End combust. Okay, that's the easy one to write. So we first turn off the combustor. Set C combustor. Open the 0. We then throw the 2 switches, right? Then we jump to start. We turn our switch off. Oh, that's wrong. My other chip is wrong. Okay, well. I have to remember that. Copy one line at a time. Alright, set C switch open to 0. Set filter switch open to 1. Jump start. Alright, pause combust. That's a little more complicated. So we leave the switch on, but we pause and then we go back and check. Like I said, this is not strictly necessary, but learning how to do this kind of, oops, something is going wrong, error checking my stuff. Pause combust. So we set, so pressure was gone over 30,000. We definitely want to set C combustor open to 0. Now where do we jump up to check everything again? If we go to combust and it's still over 30,000, if it drops below 30,000, yeah, if we're trying to pull it empty, if I switch on the next machine and it's now pulling from that and drops the pressure, then we can start filling it again. If it goes up above, we can pause. So maybe some back and forth, but the back and forth is okay as long as it doesn't go boom. So we just turn off the combustor and go back to the combust check. Jump, combust. Because it'll still check if it's over 30,000. Which is the danger condition. Pause it. If it gets under 30,000, then it'll turn it on. Alright, so I think that's it. Alright, let me get rid of all this stuff. And then we'll edit the other chip. Alright, so we've cleaned all that up. Now we save Vulcan water combustor switch. Song combustor when mixed tank is empty. Alright, load this one in. C switch open. One. Library. Back on the disk, overwrite. Alright. So I gotta redo that chip and then we can load in the other chip. Do I need to eat and drink? Let's go and do that. Bring up some French fries. Then I think we'll start doing wheat. Alright, chip. Helmet.
Oxygen critical.
Oh, we need to grab the other chip to reprogram it. Okay. Then we can... Alright, how close are we now? Hey, we're almost below boiling. What do you know? $12 liters already. That is amazing. And there's another 4 liters in steam there. Alright, I think this may work. Alright, let's go pre-program that chip. How is my suit is fine. And then program the other chip. Okay, load in water combustion switch from disk onto the computer. Export. No, we'll need these eventually. I do not need that for now. And the regular pipes. We need to make another IC chip. Alright, we're almost out of gold. Got you waiting. Sell volatiles too if they ever cool down. And speaking of cool, 47. Plenty of the other stuff. Alright, now this one is... Oops. Combustion. Load onto the computer. No way of editing that, right? Trashing it or... Well, it's on here now. I can't just redo it. So export. Library. Mixed tank is empty. Okay, picked up the last thing. Vulcan water combustion switch. Confirm. Now we can trash that one. So now we have this chip. I see 10 water combustion. Coding worked out. It's hard to test until I do the other 3. But I'm pretty confident these are going to do, because the programming is pretty straightforward. I did make a bug in the first one, but as I was doing the second one, I noticed, oh yeah, I didn't. So, because I moved the first program down and to have as a reference, and so as I looked at, I used the wrong word for turning it on and off. Alright, so that's number 2. This goes back in here. So this one technically I could turn on. And we're getting liquid water. So the cooling running 24 hours a day, not very efficient, you know, during the nighttime. It's still managing to turn every 15 of the 20 liters is already, it's only 105 Celsius. So our next, so after combustion, now we have filtering. So let's go write that one up. We got fresh water. Let me bring some of the French fries up to the other room. We'll start eating our French fries. That's all fine. It's a new battery. And then I need more gold. if I remember... That's not good. Well, I could pause that cooling for a little bit. Yeah, let's pause it. Let the solar panels catch up. Vulcan fries, yeah. Hey, fist. We'll go ahead and pause you guys for a minute. Yeah, after we get this installed, probably the next project is to put another layer of this. Make sure power is absolutely not an issue. Waste tank. Then back to programming. Got fresh water? Yeah. Alright, let me bring some of the french fries. Go looking for gold. I have an idea, because we're kind of using the same system for the carbon dioxide and the volatiles. I was thinking for the atmosphere tank, we can make one of the big tanks, pump that full, and then sort from there. I'll remove one of the steps and consolidate the step into one process. And now, yum. And status check in this room. Oops. We're down to 30 in the tank, and 32 there. Yeah, I just added this radiator so the cool tank could also cool the room, since the wall cooler wasn't quite keeping up. During the middle of summer like this, the night isn't long enough for the wall cooler to have an effect. Alright, step number 3. So now we're going from combustion. So this is filter steam from mixed tank. Alright, so we have the that shouldn't be a problem. The combustion tank. 0 is combustion tank. One is the steam tank. Do we need to check on that? We're taking a volume of mixed gases, and we're ending up with a smaller volume of just one of those gases. So I don't think we need to do a check on that. So one can be the filter. Do we want to wait? Yeah, I think we want to wait for a minimum or maximum temperature from the natural cooling from the valve. We can just kind of hang out and let the temperature drop a bit. Doesn't have to be 127. We can let it. 300 seems to be a decent measurement. 300 Celsius. But 2 would be the filter switch. And 3 is the next step cooling switch. Anything else we need to look at? No. Okay, so we check pressure. We don't need to check. The previous machine, make sure it doesn't go over 30,000. So we just need to check combustion tank or mixed tank, whatever you want to call it. Temperature. Max 300 Celsius, so 573 Kelvin. And there's no other checks we really need to do. When done, pass to cooler. Switch cooler. Yeah, this one's pretty simple. Alright, so alias C tank. alias F filter. Alias F switch. Alias cooler. No, we already got C. Or combustion. And then we have pump. Fuel, combustion, filter, cool, pump. Okay, so we're on step 3. What do I want to use for the letter for the cooler? Air conditioner? A. A for air conditioner. A switch. Start sleep 15. All right, so did I have? Oh, I think I made a boo-boo in the other code. That should be Buster switch. Dang it. Library. Vulcan water filter switch. Filter steam from mixed tank when below 300 C. Alright, combustion switch. Into the computer. Oh, because I was writing from the first one. Okay, that's why I was saying filter switch, or was it saying filter switch? Fuel, fuel. Fuel switch. Okay, so I want. Let's call this one S then. For steam. I know where the confusion is coming from. So combustion tank, we're checking that. So we're going to, yeah, these are going to be S filter, S switch, steam, and then we're passing it on to the air conditioner switch, A for A, and then P switch for pump switch. Alright, combustion tank, S filter, S switch. Alright. So we have start sleep 15, load steam switch, R2. Probably should have written this from scratch, but S switch, open. If R2 equals 0, jump back to start. Check again. Now we're doing, alright, let me write from scratch from this point on, otherwise. So, temp check. So load R0 from C tank. Temperature. Branch if greater, or branch of greater than R0 0. $300 so 573 Kelvin. So if it's greater than that, go back to start. Alright, so if that is its acceptable temperature, and then we just filter on. Set as filter F1. Oh, what's this machine called? Calling it filter, but atmospherics kit. We can make filtration. On. Okay, this one has an on. combust. Oh, this does have an on. Alright, we gotta rewrite that too. On one. Scarf. The only check we have to do is pressure check. So now we load in the tank pressure. C tank pressure. Make sure I'm rewriting everything from scratch here. Filter on, check bank, branch of equal, star 0, 0, filter off. Else filter on, we want a sleep here. Well, I guess I can do actually branch if greater than. Zero, then I can just go to filter on. And then filter off. Just resets all the switches. So we set S filter on to 0, set S switch to S switch open to 0, set air conditioner switch open to 1, jump to start. Pressure is greater than 0, just keep it on. Once it drops to 0, filter off. Alright, but now I gotta change that one. Fortunately, I can't select more than one line at a time to just do a mass delete. Alright, excellent. C-tank, steam, sleep 15, wait for the switch to be open. It's still closed. Let's keep checking the loop. Temp check. If the temperature is still above 300, jump back to start. Switch will still be open, so nothing will change there. Finally passes temperature check, turn it on. Check the pressure. Still greater than 0. Keep it on, otherwise filter off. Turn off the filter, turn off the switch, turn on the next switch, and then jump to start and check again. Alright, so library, filter switch onto the disk, overwrite. Now do this one. We need to do combustor on. Switch open, combustor on. Library. Back onto the disk. Okay, so that one's been corrected. The first one's been corrected. Third one is done. Nice. Like, how many in-game days have I spent just programming here? But we need gold for making another chip. Well, let me grab the other chips. Let me go ahead and re-export to both of them just to make sure we have the correct coding in there. Oh, that's probably why. Yeah, we still didn't really get any better over the course of the last day. I think it's because this thing is on. As long as it's on, you might as well chew through something. We did turn off the coolers back here, yeah. These things chew through ice and through power. But like I said, let me grab the chips. Yeah, name your chips. Alright, so this one... a fuel switch. Library. Fuel switch. Off the library, into the computer. Export. Take. Combustor. Combustion switch. Into the computer. Export onto the chip. Alright, you two are good. Oop. Temperature getting a little bit toasty in here. Now, do I need to go for a little gold? Alright, that one's fuel. Oh yeah, the settings. Oh man, now I need to go look them up. Water combustion fuel tank. Oxygen pipe balance. Volatiles pump analyzer. Combustor fuel gap mixer. Fuel switch. Combust switch. Yeah, because now I don't remember what these are. Plus I need to see if I have gold to make the other IC chip. Might have to go get some gold. And no gold. Okay, there's gold there. Nope, everything's hooked up, so it's just these chips that need making. Everything else we have plenty of. Alright, chip. Alright, this is the filter. Export. Let me label it. IC10 filter. Water filter. Alright, now I need to take notes on what's what. Filter 0 C tank. 1 filter. 2 filter switch. 3 air switch. And then on the combust, C tank 0. One F tank. 2 combustor. 3 C switch. 4 fuel switch. There's my notes. How cool have we gotten the volatiles? Hey, it's down to 41. And we got 30 megapascals in there. So yeah, that'll last us a while. Alright, so that goes in number 3. Now we can set everything. So the filter one, that first one is combustion tank or mixed tank. Small tank insulator. I wonder which one that is. Water mixed post combustion. A tank? Mixed tank. Okay, that needs to be renamed. Makes no sense. Water mixed tank. That's all I need to know. Yeah, I haven't found the first one yet. Water mixed tank. Okay, that's in there. Okay, just making sure they're in the right box. Alright, one is the filtration. Filtration? Steam filter. Steam filtration, alright. Water mix tank, steam filtration. No, that's the wrong. This is the combust. Dang it. Because I typed them in the wrong order in the chat. So this is the combustion tank, mix tank. No, that's the right one. Mix tank. Fuel tank. Okay, so that's what that needs to be. Water combustion fuel tank. Yes. Mix tank, fuel tank, combustor itself. Am I missing? It's not plugged in. H2 combustor, so I don't think the data is... No? Oh, no. Nope, that would explain it. That explains things. H2 combustor, pretty self-explanatory. Don't really need to rename it, just need to be able to find it. Alright, combustor fuel tank, water mix tank, combustor itself, combustor switch, combust switch, and then fuel switch. Fuel switch. They're in the proper location. Hey, I did it. Alright. Now, the combustion tank. Mixed tank. I only just noticed that these are in alphabetical order. So this should be underwater. Mixed tank. There we go. Alright, so that'll help. That'll help not only find them, but now we can also, when we name stuff, we can get it in order in groupings. So the mixed tank. One is the filtered tank. No, filter. Western tank. I'm looking at the wrong one again. Top one is the one I need to do now. So one is the filter. Which is called steam filtration, so S. Hold C to go back. Oh, that's in the right place. Steam filtration, alright, got it. 2 is filter switch. Filter switch. And 3 is air switch. Called cooling switch. Cooler switch. That is in the right place. Right place. Right place. Right place. Alright.
Power low.
We got 3 of these done. Yay. I got about a half hour before I need to go. Get ready to do stuff I need to do this morning. Alright, we're done with the ice. Now I can turn these off. The batteries are, yeah, worse for wear for sure. I seriously think that was it.
Filter low.
Still got 188% there. Bottles, water bottles fulfilled. Oxygen, just to be sure. Alright, so our fourth one is the cooler switch. That one's a little more complicated, because we do need to account for the outside air. Need to prime all these a little bit more robustly as well. But it does appear to be working, where our water is only slightly above boiling now. It's below boiling. Oh yeah, because this was lower, so it, yeah, eventually balanced out. How much more do we have in there? 117 moles. Yeah, it's actually water. $148 moles there in steam, 117 there, and then plus whatever's in the pipes. Oh, it's only like two moles. So 260 moles. Yeah, that'll get us up to about 20 liters. Nice. Alright. cooling loop. We do need to patch that.
Filter low.
You just told me that. Oxygen, got water, got food. Let's go right. Let me make a new filter. Just to get that out of the way, then we'll go start writing code number 4. Alright, so medium carbon dioxide, iron, silver, constant. Oops, wrong one. Alright, yeah. Hey, Angry Glue, welcome. I'm learning how to code in this game. Wonder what's in there. Down to 48. Alright, so we got that. Got the waste tank. Go upstairs. And do some coding. More coding. Don't got much time left, so definitely won't finish this batch. Slurp. Alright, ooh, 25, nice. Actually cooler in the room than in the tank there. So now the wall cooler is helping out the CO2 cooler. Alright, so now we're on number 4. Water, air conditioning. To get Cool steam, then water to 20 Celsius. Alright, so now I need to I really only need to check if the switch has been turned on. And then when we get to 20 degrees, that's our condition to turn off. Yeah, those are really the only conditions. Because it doesn't matter what's... Because the temperature of the tank is already determined by the filter pulling out less than 300 Celsius. That we don't have to worry about the pressure because that's already accounted for previously. Yeah, when the switch turns on, we go. Check air switch is on. Turn off when water in tank. Water cooling tank. As opposed to the water cool tank. Is less than 20 C. When done, pass to pump switch, pump switch. Alright, this code needs to be from scratch. Oh yeah, I have to do the hash trick with the air cons. Call them water air. Because there's 3 of them. We need to turn all 3 on at once. Let me go ahead and start the save here. Vulcan water cooling loop or switch. There we go. For turn steam from into 20 C liquid water. $280 days have passed. I think we were on, I don't know how many days we've been coding here. It's like, well, 20 minutes per day. We've been streaming for 7 hours, so yeah, 21 days or so. Alright, only got about 10 minutes. So we only need the A tank. The a aircon, the A switch, and then the P switch, pump switch. Alright, start. Sleep 15. Load R2. A switch. Open. It's equal to 0, go back to start. Alright. If the switch is turned on, then all we need to do is outside temp check. Oh yeah, we do need the gas. Zero is cooling tank. Alias a temp. It's D4. One is air cons. Two is air switch. Three is pump switch. Four is side gas sensor. Cessna. Alright, check air switches on, turn off the waters. Check outside temperature. There is less than 150 Celsius. When done, pass the pump switch. Alright, save early, save often. Aircon switch, view disk. That needs to match. Outside temp switch, yeah, I think my brain has stopped. Too close to the end. Since I know I'm not gonna finish this, it's like but we did save it. I just made a fix, let's save it again. Confirm. Alright, yeah, let me just go ahead and end. Give myself a little extra time to get ready. Food and hunger is not too bad. Let me put the suit on, that way I just don't walk out the airlock next time.
Plebs are needed.
Olixin, Orlixon, Soln, thank you for the follow, welcome to the chill team. Much appreciated. Alright, let's go see who we can raid. I'll be back tomorrow. Question is Satisfactory or Stationeers? I'm so close to this that my first instinct is that we're gonna do more Stationeers. We've been working on this water thing for 3 or 4 streams now. And now I'm finally figuring it out. It's like the bigger picture is kind of coming into focus. Alright, let's see who we can raid. Let's visit our friend Nerdy Netty. She's doing games and demos. Must be doing a new game. She just got accepted into the Women's Guild of Twitch, which is awesome. She totally deserves it. It's also her partner anniversary. Awesome. Sweet friend, go say hello to Nettie. In a complex way, yes. Very... I was gonna say it's not very accessible, but there is a process to learn how to do everything that I'm doing. More science! Oh, thank you guys. Let's go say hello to Nettie. Congratulations to both Women's Guild and their partner anniversary. Jimorian Show Raid. Now I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, about 80% sure it's going to be Stationeers, so we can finish this off. Thank you guys. Have a great weekend. I'll catch you later. Until then, goodbye and la boop.